Hello and welcome to Talons and Tales Tuesdays. The last one is part of DraNoWriMo, Dragon Novel Writing Month. And I'm Shanon, writing under the pen name of S.C. Huston, the author of A Curse of Scales and Feathers and the Clash of Goddesses series. And the goal of the stream is to have 45-minute sprints with time in between to chat and talk about what we're doing, celebrate successes, whatever else that we want to talk about that we're being productive on. And I do use the sprint time to be focused because focus issues. So I will not be in the chat until the breaks. And you're welcome to use the sprint however you want. You don't have to be writing. So you can be writing or reading, housework, coursework, day job, or just taking care of you. And I'm working on A Curse of Spikes and Smoke. So I had already started working on this morning. And I had thought of some things I wanted to revise in the chapter that I wrote yesterday. And I just finished that one, the last chapter I was working on in my stream, which was chapter 12. I finished it, but I thought of things I wanted to change and revise already. I think I'm procrastinating because this is the end of where I really knew what I was doing in my story. Like I have thoughts and ideas for later, for after this chapter, but now I'm about to plunge into the unknown. So I did start revising, and I'm like on the last couple of paragraphs of revising the section that I want to revise in the chapter. So I'm gonna finish that up first. I was hoping I'd get it done before the stream started because I still need to go get another cup of coffee. I still didn't quite get enough sleep last night from not sleeping the night before. I woke up with like a terrible headache. The headache is gone, thankfully. But I still need some more coffee. So let's go say hello to you guys. Devin was first one in. Good morning. I'm working on 2025 and Q1 goals as I'm taking the week off for the holidays. Sounds awesome. I have to start figuring that out. I'm going to figure it out next week because so it's not next week, but the week after, on Wednesday, so the 11th of December, we are recording the first episode of our next season of the podcast, which comes out January 15th. It's so funny, but that's the first episode of the season, and we've already recorded all the other episodes except for the last one. So and not only that, we have a new co-host, so he's been co-hosting with us, interviewing everybody that we're interviewing. And then this first podcast episode, we're going to talk about our 2025 goals, but we're also going to be introducing him as our new co-host, which he's already been co-hosting on several recordings. So it's kind of funny how that all plays out. But it'll be fun. But we're talking about, our 2025 goals. So I have to figure that out. But, this week is dedicated to just doing the DraNoWriMo, working on my novel. Next week, I'll move into other things. Like we have a video that we're supposed to put out, a group of us. Devin too, right? Wait, you said it. You said you're putting yours out on Monday? I can't remember what people said in the group chat. I think Ben said he was putting his out on Monday for Dale's book. And I'm like, well, 2 people are doing Monday. I should probably do Monday. Which means Sunday I need to figure out what I'm going to say. I usually script a little bit before I do a video. And then record the video and then edit the video. Have you done it yet? How long is it if you've done it? If you haven't done it, how long do you think it'll be? I hate editing videos these days. I used to love it, and it can be creative, but now it's taking away from my creativity for my writing. So, but I do want to do the video and be for lots of reasons, right? The group effort, supporting Dale because Dale's awesome, and whatnot. So, oh yeah, Devin, how did the painting go? Did you finish up? I saw your picture. Was that around 5 something? I think I saw it after I finished my last writing session. It looked like you still had a little more to go, possibly, but I don't know. I was trying to remember what I was seeing. I showed it to my husband. I was like, "Look, it's the same green as on our walls," and he was like, "You should take a picture, send it to her." I was like, "Yeah," but I was like done being on anything that was a device at that point. And Sarah, hello, good morning. Sorry, y'all, my focus is really going places. It's not staying. I really do need this other cup of coffee. Reviewing my outline and notes because I need to make some changes to one of the subplots. Oh, we were talking about reverse outlines yesterday, and AutoCrit. AutoCrit's a company, if you're not familiar, and they'll run reports, a little bit like a Pro Writing Aid, but they do some different reports than Pro Writing Aid. And they were They present it this year at our conference. Where am I going? Reverse outline. They just did a reverse outline video. I saw it in my feed this morning. So if anyone was interested in checking that out, I mean, obviously they're probably going to show you how to do reverse outline using AutoCrit, but you could do it on your own manually. You don't have to use the program. Reviewing my outline and notes because I need to make some changes to one of the subplots. Oh, hopefully it doesn't like cause a lot of work if you're not prepared for it. I don't mind sometimes if it's because I don't really like revising, but if it leads to me like drafting new stuff, I always get excited. Just finished breakfast. When the hubs gets done with a report, we're going to buy some Thanksgiving ingredients. Yeah, that's what we're doing today. I say we. My husband's doing it. I don't like to go shopping. I really don't like to go shopping. If I go shopping, it's me ordering it online. So, which he likes people. I don't really like being around people. Being around a bunch of strangers. No, thank you. Just finished breakfast. Oh, I just read this. Kendra, hello. Good morning, friends. Nicoletta, hello. Welcome back. Nice to see everyone. I'm sore from painting-ish. I bet. I'm taking a break. Yes, I bet. We didn't paint this house. I actually don't like the color green, and I don't like the color yellow. And our walls are either green or they're yellow. Now it's a very pale shade, which I'm okay with. Pastel colors are pretty nice. I mean, they create a inviting environment. So I've thought about painting, but I did paint a lot in our last house, and I remember how sore I would be. I would be so sore. Yeah, I remember those days. And I was younger then. What was I? When I was painting, we left in 2019, but I painted years before that in the house. So yeah, I could have been close to like a decade younger. So Joanne, hello. How are you? Working on Curse of Spikes and Smoke. Are you working on anything today? Nicoletta, good to see you again. Playing around in Canva for my mood board. Nice. That was reminding me of something, but the thought already left. I really do need some more coffee. I'm good and continuing my RDC 1000K goal. Are you doing 2,000 words again today? Nicoletta says, I'm working on the PowerPoint for my master's thesis defense presentation. Oh, Lord, you're bringing back all the memories. I had to do that. And then we had I don't remember what it was, but there was a show happening. It wasn't, I still had I don't know. I had a few weeks before my defense. And there was a show where where the students were setting up what they had so far. And it was open to the public to come. And my advisor told me last minute. So, and I didn't have a PowerPoint presentation yet. So I was scrambling to get it put together. And I don't think anyone really understood it because I couldn't understand how I put it together. I mean, the defense went well, but I finally did it. But I did. She told me, my advisor, she's like, you can do whatever you want, but I want you to work within the lines of racial divide. And she did research on stereotypes on different races and stuff like that. So I was like, okay, what can I do with that? And so I came up with the idea. It was so funny because she had another student that came up with a very similar idea to mine, but we didn't know what the other one was doing when we both came up with our ideas. So I decided, well, can people, so at that time, the research was showing that the stereotypes for the majority of, I'm trying to remember what it was. So one of the stereotypes that seemed to stick around was that people would still find Black men threatening. And so I thought, okay, well, let me go with that then. And I wanted to keep it, the more variables you introduce, the more research and testing you have to do. So I wanted to keep it to just men. And I wasn't trying to, add more genders or other races because I try to limit the variables. So I thought, okay. And they had a lot of research at that time coming out that if someone knew they were going to meet, have a meeting, I don't remember at the beginning of the research, these how these started. But these people, the ones who were being, and they were part of the study, they were told that they were going to meet this person that they just saw, but they're going to meet him in person. And they put them in a conference room, and they say, okay, he's going to sit there or whatever, and see where they sit. And so then they measure how far they would sit, and then based off of, race and gender, and that's where they're showing a lot of those stereotypes were being reinforced, that if it was a Black male, they would sit further away than if it was like anything else, any other race or gender. So I was like, okay, well, they saw that person on video. What if it was just a voice? Can we detect race by voice and then have the same result? And so that was like a couple different studies or different research I had to run, because first I had to see, well, can people figure out race by voice? And so I got a bunch of different students to do voices and all across different races, and then was able to find a few voices that people consistently categorized as and then again just male, Black males. And then I used that with different research participants and told them that, you're going to receive these instructions, fill out this paperwork according to the instructions, and then you're going to go into, and then after they were done, I said, okay, in this room here, this is where they're sitting, grab a chair. And I was able to show that, and I did it. It was, what they call that when a person fills out information to say how they feel about different things. It's like self-identifying information, which is not always the best research to run because people are not always truthful. And then there could be, a priming that could set them up to feel a certain way while they're doing the filling out the surveys. But according to the surveys, it was still supported that most people who are not Black would still find Black males threatening. And those are the same ones I used for where to sit. But where they sat did not support that they chose to sit any further away. If it was a Black male voice or a different male voice, a different race male voice. So anyways, yeah, I went on a tangent. Nicoletta, you too. It's good to see you too. I'm thinking more like Wednesday. I haven't filmed or written a script. I have. Okay, so you don't know. Twinsies, LOL. This is my first thought last night. Yeah. All the best with it. What's RDC, says Joanne. And then Nicoletta, all the best with working on your thesis PowerPoint presentation. Going to work on my outline for Project Sugar and Spice, chapter 1 and 2 of my manuscript. Are we related? I think so. I'm figuring out some ideas for my next Ko-fi newsletter. Nice. Tell Laura, hello. Hi, here to write 1K words and read 50 pages if I can. Okay. Well, and you hit 1K words. What was that, like 4 sprints yesterday? 5 sprints? I'm trying to remember. I think you can do it. Thanks and good luck to you too, from Nicoletta to Joanne. It's the Heart Breathing's Rough Draft Challenge. Yeah. So Sarah Cannon, she, the whole thing with NaNoWriMo, right? And Sarah Cannon was a big proponent of NaNoWriMo because that was very, very helpful for her in her doing her first books that she's published years ago now. And so she, with the stuff going on with NaNoWriMo, she said, I still want to do this, but let's make it different. So that's what she's come up with. Lots of good stuff. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Struggled to work on my manuscript and outline yesterday. Yeah, I was wondering because you said you were working on chapter 1 and 2 yesterday, and I think last week too. Hopefully you're able to get there. Did you get feedback back to your artists for your artwork? Our accent wall is a dark forest green, and I miss the evergreens of Washington State, trying to bring the mountains to Florida. I do too. I love Washington State. If I had to go with any green, a dark forest green or like an emerald green is okay. Like the in-between shades, like grass green, not so much for. But yeah, that's cool. I didn't know you were doing an accent wall. Thanks for explaining, Kendra. Hugs to Joanne. Yes, 2K was the goal, but I've decided, but I've already done 1K, so maybe I'll get more. Nice. Thank you. I'll need it after a rough day yesterday. Might have been a rough draft day. And today, maybe you'll be able to revise a little bit. Been dealing with upset stomach since yesterday morning, and the ginger ale didn't help much. And Devin, how are you? From Joanne. Devin, I'm from Washington. I feel that's so hard. I bought a house in the mountains of North Carolina for that very reason. Yeah, I miss the mountains. Florida is very flat. But we both myself and Devin live in Florida, and it's very, very flat. There's not a lot of mountains here. There are some, but it's mostly flat. On the brighter side, I sent some suggestions back to the artists. There it is. I was asking, you already said it. Back to the artist I'm commissioning art from. Joanne, I'm sorry to hear that. Hope you get much better soon. Thank you. Eva, hello. Hiya. Joanne Glump. So nice. To Kendra. Our accent wall has been there for about 8 years. Okay, so it's already in place. It's not like you had to do anything with it. Anyone have like 5 minutes and a singing voice and interested in being the background of some content I'm creating? Well, I don't have a singing voice, so I would offer myself up. Y'all know I'm partially tone deaf, so it's so flat here. No, we have hills. LOL. Yeah, there are hills, and there's one mountain or sort of mountain. I remember looking at it and thinking that's kind of small. It could almost be a hill, but I can't remember what the delineation is. I don't know if I said that word right. Between it, it's a certain altitude that makes a hill and a mountain. The difference between the two, and I don't remember what that was. We went. There's caves. We drove. It's between you and I, Devin, I believe, because we drove a couple hours east, and there were caves, but we had to go up this mountain, and then we still had to walk. Even after we parked, we had to walk up, and then delve down into the caves, which it's weird to think that Florida has caves because the water table is really high. But yeah. Mr. Velandis, hi Ben, how are you doing? Hope all is well. I can't sing. Rachel, hello, good morning. I made it, yay. Oh my God, we need to get going with our first sprint here. It's already 17 after. You Are My Sunshine is a song, but the lyrics are my poem. My voice keeps cutting out on me when entire words are lost. Oh no. Yeah, I cannot sing. I would offer, but I can't sing. Margaret doesn't have a bad voice. Who am I? Oh, if Rita comes in, Rita has an excellent voice, and I'm sure she wouldn't mind doing it. And you know, she's an actress, so that's right up her alley. She would probably love to do it. You know who Rita is? I think you probably do, but I don't know. We've been moved from Georgia to Florida to Los Angeles until 2020 when we were free to move a little further from the office, and North Carolina was perfect. Yeah, for a long time, my husband and I, we talked about possibly retiring in North Carolina, but I don't remember what the but would be for at this point. He wants to like nail it down, and I'm like, we're not there yet. And I'm like, you know, I have plans. I put plans in my head, but I don't know exactly what it's going to look like until I get closer to the time. I'll think about it more when we get there. But he's already looking at land because we want to get a big piece of property and then build a house. That was always our dream, was to build a house. And which I think we might be able to do one day. Sorry, guys. I still don't have enough sleep in me. I also cannot sing. Oh, no, Eva, I'm sorry. Enjoying my time off and my cruise. I bet. I hope all's going well. How's your book? I asked Margaret, but it's early for, yeah, it is early. She's specific time, and then she's not an early riser. So, I mean, she's not really late riser. She's just not this early. Morning, Idri. How's it going? Are you working on everything? Oh, wait. Why did I say Los Angeles? I did say Louisiana. No, it's my fault. I should know. But y'all, I'm working. I had like no sleep the night before. Not last night, the night before. Because I just got into writing. Was it anything negative? It was all positive stuff. I just got into writing, didn't sleep. And then I went to bed on time last night, but I had a headache. The headache woke me up early, and it was just not enough to catch up what I didn't get from the night before. So, excuse me. It was my fault, not yours. All right, let's go ahead and get into the first sprint. I think, I got through all the comments. 45 minutes on the clock. I'll see you guys on the other side of 3, 2, 1. Good luck. Hey, how'd you do? That's the end of the first sprint. I finished up my revising of that section I was talking about in chapter 12. And then I went to go get a cup of coffee. Cats were calling for treats, so pet them for a minute. Loki was being particularly insistent. Even after his treats, he wanted some loving, so loved him for a little bit. Then get back to it. And I was looking at the chapter and I was like, this is really long. And I went through and looked at how long. It was 4,500 words. My chapters are normally 1,500 words. Sometimes I can get close to 3,000 sometimes. I don't think my previous book has anything that's over 3,000, although the book before that does have 2 longer chapters. I think that hit close to 5,000. But I was like, should I split this up? And so I was just going back through the chapter and looking at it, and I think I found a good place to split it up. I went ahead and did split it, and then I was reading back through the first part to make sure that it makes sense and that where it's stopping is a good place to stop, like a cliffhanger. And while I was doing that, I was editing it as I was going through. So I got 87 words in revision and 21 words in editing. So that's a total of 108 words. So hopefully I'll be able to, this next sprint, I'll be able to dedicate the whole thing to the chapters and get through it, make sure it looks good. And I know I have to, where I split it and starting in the next chapter, I need to ground the scene a little bit more in the very beginning. It's probably just gonna be like a sentence or two. In case if a student, in case if a reader stops reading at the end of chapter 12 and doesn't pick it right back up again for chapter 13, I need to make sure that they're grounded in the scene. So yeah, so I'll need to add a little bit. Oh my gosh, there's 17 comments. Let me get over here. Didn't get here. I think we just went onto the sprint. I'm inputting craft books still before I start editing the rough draft. I finished a little over a week ago. What do you mean by inputting craft books? Like they're craft books that you've written, or like your craft books you've read that you're like putting onto like a TBR or not TBR? What do they call it? Your reading list or whatever? Not sure what you mean. Which that reminds me, I was talking yesterday about how I've been watching some screenwriters recently on YouTube. I really like this one. Where is he at? Watch me find the wrong tab. Oh yeah, okay. Tucker Burke. Burke is Berke. He's a screenwriter. And I love hearing things about dialogue. And I learn a lot from screenwriters, particularly about dialogue, because screenwriting is a lot of dialogue. And he said, I like the idea of subtext. This is not a new concept. This is not something that I have not known, or don't know some tricks on how to weave in subtext. It's funny, he uses some movies to show. It was the Star Wars one with Anakin when he before he became Darth Vader, and he had killed the Sand People, and he went back to the tent and he was showing this as bad dialogue. He was like, I killed them all, they're dead. And he was like, yes, killing them means you're dead, that they're dead. He was like, you don't have to say any of that. But I think it's funny. But the trick, which he didn't come up with this, he was at a conference or something for screenwriters, and there was the screenwriter for something Sunshine, My Only Sunshine, whatever. I don't remember what the movie was. He had said, he was on a panel, and he said, when you write your dialogue out to weave in subtext, the best way, take your last line of dialogue and you put it at the beginning of that scene. And now you're writing to the first line of dialogue. So you're just switching the order of the dialogue as it's being revealed, which will then force you to show or to have that subtext in there. And I was like, I haven't tried it. I mean, just heard it, right? But I was like, that's really interesting. I want to try that sometime. Anyways, I just thought that was interesting. When I'm editing and revising, I can often listen to stuff. When I'm drafting, I can't. So I was taking this time while I was editing and revising to listen to this video. Morning, Alexandria. How are you doing? How's it going? Are you working on anything? Sky, hello. How are you? Hope all is well. Are you working on anything? Joanne saying hello to everyone. How are you? Stephanie, good morning. There's a cat on my computer, so not sure how much writing I'll be getting done this morning. Sign from the universe that I should be editing. I was right there. I was right there with you. Because when I first sat down, Loki didn't want me. He wanted to be in my lap, and it's kind of hard to type when you got a cat in your lap. So I just took that moment to just spend some time with him. And the universe is saying, I'm not going to get a lot done this sprint, but he's good now. Where did he go? I don't know where he's at. I can see two of my kitties, but I don't know where he went.
Yes.
No, you're good. My son has got headphones on and he sees me looking around. And he's like, yes. I don't know where he went. Guess he got enough loving. He's gone. Stephanie, what kind of cat? Oops, it jumped on me. Siamese. Hey, Sky. Hi, all. From Kelly. How are you doing? Had some breakfast. Good. Took care of you. Rachel, hello. Husband talked for the beginning and then started editing a video. Nice. If you're able to get it up, please feel free to drop the link. I hunted for singer to no avail. Worked on what I could for that reel otherwise. Then started laundry, LOL. I mean, I don't know how you feel about AI. I feel like you're one of the ones who don't really like it, but I've never tried any of them. I tried one last year. I don't remember what it was, but I think that company doesn't exist anymore because, the AI stuff comes and goes. Suno, I hear Suno, S-U-N-O. I hear about that one all the time. I don't know how good it is, but I think you can give it lyrics and tell it what kind of style, but I don't know if you'd be interested in doing that. Probably not. But this is an idea. I'll be sharing my Q&A goals and mood board in Discord. Oh, is it already there? I need more distractions today. Okay, no, it's not. Or you're going to probably be sharing it in your group. Probably that's what you're going to do. And I got 896 words. Wow, 10 words below my goal. That is awesome. Wow, you're on a roll. When you hit your 2,000 word goal, then are you going to do something else? It won't take you long to hit that 10 words, right? Q1, how dare you? Well, I'm about to be there too. I'll be thinking about it next week, though. I'm getting through this week of DraNoWriMo first. So this last week, laughing. Writing really lengthy text is my all-time nemesis. Text messages. Lengthy text. I need more context. I've moved on to detailed lists for each project in my goals list. I try to do that sometimes. I did it at the beginning of last year. Yes, I did it at the beginning of last year. And I was like, okay, here are my goals. And I don't split it by Q1 or whatever because my life could be constantly changing, especially if anything happens with the kiddo and stuff, beginning of this year, the therapist decided to go down to 2 days a week from 4, and now he's back up to 3 again. So, things change. It's not as changing as it was when he was little, little and younger, and we were constantly coming across new things that we needed to work with. But, and which over the summer, he developed I don't want to say it too loud because he's over there with headphones on, but he developed not this summer, last year, he developed a phobia for bees to the point that he was being unsafe. When they were walking from the elementary to the high school to practice graduation from last year, they boxed him in, and he's a big guy, and he still broke through them because he saw a bee, and he broke through them and ran out into the middle of the street. And the therapist had been working with him, and he's now really good. I mean, it'll probably never go away, but he's good now. Now he asked to be exposed to, and his fear of bees had gone to any insect that was flying. So, but now he asked to be exposed more to it. So yeah, just things that we have to do. And we took him out, to the woods, and we've done lots of stuff to try and help him with that as well. But yeah. So I just think of things for the year. Here are things I like to do. And then I broke it down by sublist, and I didn't make that sublist. So, okay, reminded me about making my OneNote 2025 and Q1 goals page for YouTube coming this December. What is OneNote? I feel like I'm supposed to know this. I feel like I've seen it before. It's not Notion, right? It's something else. On the nose dialogue is a screenwriter's worst enemy. Yeah, right. I think that's what that was, that Star Wars scene. Little Miss Sunshine. Lord, y'all know I'm partially tone deaf. Some things just don't come out right sometimes. Sunshine. Yeah, that was the name of the movie. You Are My Sun. Sunshine is the song I'm looking for a vocalist for. LOL. Yeah, that's funny. I didn't even think about that. I didn't connect that. I should have, because you were just talking about that before the break. But I think, I still wasn't quite awake yet. I do have some more coffee in me. Some kitty loving. I think all that helped. I think that was the word tangle. I looked at AI and it didn't work. Okay. I haven't ever needed to check before. I used a random one and it gave lyrics and also said it neither really worked well. Also last sprint. Okay, gotcha. Also last print. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't tried any of them. I tried the one last year and I put the lyrics in from my song because I had mermaids singing. That was my novella. And it did it, but I don't remember what it was. And that company had gone under, stopped or was evolved into something else, or I didn't follow it because I don't really do too much with voice. So I finally submitted my taxes. Now I'm on to school assignments. Wow. Was this taxes for this year or next year? That's really early if it's this year. It's probably not this year. It's probably last year. I don't know. Or maybe it's just different because of where you're at. Because you're in Puerto Rico? No? Somewhere. Caribbean? Are you in Canada now? I can't keep track. I'm sorry. Nope, not in my group. There are spoilers to include. Oh, okay. So you're going to share it with me? Cool. The updated logo. I was just watching or listening last night. I was listening to a guy. I don't remember his name, but I like a lot of his talks. He talks about branding and business and stuff, and he was talking about logos last night, but I felt like it just wasn't really applicable to me. Well, I watched a lot of stuff. The Future is the name of his channel, but without the E on Future. Want your logo to stand out? Watch this now. Logo secrets. And I watched it and I was like, it's not really applicable to like a publishing imprint or an author, but it was interesting. He was talking about the biggest one he talked about was Under Armour and how that logo really just does not work. I'm taking December off, so I guess I'm there too. Quarter one is going to be rough around here, I think. I hope not. No, I have lots of room to continue in this draft and another book plus 4 more after that set in the same world. I'll be drafting for a while. I'm with you on that too. This is the 3rd book in the series, and I have 1 more. Well, if anyone, I've put this out there to audience before, but it's been a while. If anyone can tell me how I should set this up, or if there's anything that you've seen set up like this before. So the first 3 books, I'm writing the 3rd book. They're non-linear. They're happening all at the same time with 3 of the 4 brothers. And they cross into each other's stories, and even the female protagonists have crossed into each other's stories without knowing who the other person is, though. The brothers know who they are. So it's non-linear, all happening at the same time, all standalone. So they can be read in any order. And the 4th book will be the 4th brother, and he's the whole reason why the curse happened to the brothers. And the 4th book will have to be read after the first 3, and it's going to kick off a linear series. And right now I'm calling it Brides of the Dragon Kings is what I'm calling it. Well, the 4th book is still a Bride of the Dragon King because he's going to, eventually it's going to be a reconciliation between him and the one who did the curse. But that's going to be long. And what I'm doing in his book, that 4th book will be mostly him, the 2 viewpoints, him and the female protagonist. But as the series goes on, I'm going to bring back the other couples, the other 3 couples. So 6 more viewpoints, because everything that they're doing is going to be toward the overall antagonist. Right now, most of my readers probably would say the overall antagonist is the woman who did the curse. But she's only a part of it. And she's actually going to help fight against the overall antagonist, which gets kind of introduced in the 2nd book, but you'll learn more about it in this 3rd book that I'm writing. So, but yeah. I don't know if anyone has seen anything like that and how they would call it. Like, I'm like, do I still call all of it Brides of the Dragon Kings? Then should I put actual numbers on the book? So the first 3 would then be 1, 2, 3, and then put everything else in order, because then people would think that they can't read book 2 or book 3 if they, because of the numbers on there. But they can. They're standalones. I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do. I haven't figured that part out yet. In case anyone's interested in supporting my writing and wants to see character arc, here is a link to the Ko-fi page for Joanne. OneNote is a part of MS Office Suite. Okay, that's where I felt like it was kind of familiar. It's where I put my checklist links. Gotcha. OneNote is a digital note-taking app. I don't know if I have ever opened that before. LOL, I'm in Canada. Esther's Puerto Rico. Okay. I was like, okay, where's everybody at? I was thinking that when I said Canada, I was like, that felt like that was more right. So it's my corporate taxes for the year that ended this year. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Not text messages. I meant all my work. It's really lengthy. A comment in reference to what you said in the beginning about your lengthy chat. Oh, non-native speaker communication mix up. Oh, no, that's okay. Totally understand. Yeah, it's lengthy. I guess I don't really like I feel like for me, and this is not true for all writers, because I've read writers who have long chapters, and I didn't even know until I finished a chapter that was one freaking long chapter. Morgan, her and I were critique partners for a couple of years. She writes long chapters, but you get to the end of the chapter, you're like, oh wow, that was the end of a chapter. You don't even know, you're like in the story. You don't realize you're getting to the end of a very long chapter. But when I'm writing, I feel like if I get long, then there's something wrong. I need to get it shorter. I don't know why I feel that way about my work, but I do. Book 4 could be book 1 of a sequel series to the first series. That might be an idea. Book 4, book 1 of a sequel series. A sequel series. I love that idea, actually. So like the primary series. What's the first thing called when you have a sequel? It's just not called anything, is it? And then sequel series. I like that idea. Okay, wait. I have to write that down because I will forget. Sequel. Another thing is like trying to set that up like on the Amazon platform. It's just going to be hard. Sequel series. I have an idea of how I'm going to do it. So when you set up a series on Amazon, you set it up as, don't let me lie to you because I can't remember it, but you can set it up without numbers and you can set it up with numbers. So while I'm writing this series, I will have to set up the second part of the series on its own series page in Amazon because I can't number, since I've already set up, I'm setting the other ones, I'm setting them up without numbers. So yeah. Or I could do like, I've seen writers when they have standalones, but it's in a linear series. But you can read any book in the series. It just so happens that if you read any book in the series that's later in the series, if you haven't read a previous book, you're going to come across characters that you don't know their backstory. But I haven't found that it detracts from the ones I've seen doing this. And so they don't put numbers on their books. Well, one did. But what they say in the blurb, like at the end of the book description, they say this is a standalone, but it helps to have read all the other books in the series first to understand all the characters or something like that. So yeah, I don't know. Don't label the first 3 with numbers. Just give them the series name, Brides of the Dragon Kings. And I've been trying to think about, should I keep the same name, Brides of the Dragon Kings? Because they're still all Brides of the Dragon Kings. One of them does get married before the... Oh, I think Aerie's going to have a wedding too, but I'm not sure if I'm going to write that actual, like, show the wedding. But Nira and Zane are not going to get married for a really long time because of what we'll find out in the 3rd book with the main antagonist. So, but yeah, they're still all kind of Brides of the Dragon Kings. Just give them a series name, companion novels ×3, then a series after, maybe not common, but not overly complex. That's key, right? Not overly complex. That's good to remember. I need to remember that. I do that too. When the chapter starts getting too long, I get in my head about what does it need to be there, right? Leslie, hello. Good morning, everyone. Poppy and say hi. Hello. Tap the like button. Taking off to the grocery store. I meant to go super early, but I accidentally slept in. Luckily, Ginger pawed my face awake. Oh, well, I hope you have a good shopping trip. I would not want to be shopping right now. Not here in the U.S. with Thanksgiving coming up. Sky, I always have such a hard time killing my darlings and figuring out what does it need to be there. Yeah. The same screenwriter that I was watching or listening to, I saw his videos are really short and easy to consume. He had one that I just watched. What was it? Well, I watch a lot of stuff, don't I? It's not in my history. It's not in my history. Oh, there it is. Yeah, if you want to write freakishly good dialogue, try this. That's the video I watch about his dialogue. Oh, he's got another one that's called How to Write Freakishly Good Dialogue. And then the second one is Try This. So the first, I like the thumbnails. He says, one says, tell them nothing and don't say a word. But okay, the number one problem for screenwriters. And he talks about what he talks about in that is applicable to all writers. You don't have to be a screenwriter. And it's all about this idea that we'll spend a lot of time trying to make the work good. And that we'll get to like page 99 and we're still working it and reworking it, trying to figure out what to keep, what to cut out, what to add, what, with that, all this. And what he said is actually kind of my process, what I do. But he says, just get it out fast. And again, this was something I typically learned from a conference he went to from other screenwriters. And there was one who said they wrote the screenplay, what's it called? I don't remember what he called it. But he wrote it like in 5 days and then spent a year revising it. And that's kind of what I do. I write my first draft really fast, and then I'll spend the next, like with A Curse of Wings and Gems, I wrote the first draft really fast, and then I spent 18 months revising it. So, yeah. So yeah, it's hard to figure out, but I always think, what I did when I was trying to figure that part out about killing the darlings is that I would take out everything that I thought might be unnecessary. I put it into another document, and then I read the scene without it. And if it made it move faster and still got the main thing, so the main thing is whether it's a plot point and or a character arc point. And then, of course, now I'm writing fantasy romance, so the romance plot point as well. So those are the 3 things I look at, that is at least one of those things happening, and is it clear that that's what's happening? And I try to have at least like 2 things happening with that. But because I have 3 different things, I have the fantasy plot arc, my character arcs, and then my the romance arc. So yeah. And then sometimes I feel like, okay, well, I can embellish a little bit and I'll bring my work back in again. But I think I've done enough now that often when I take something out, it doesn't ever come back in again. I still keep it in a document, and I go back and I reread it to see if I ever, like when I get to the final draft of my book before I'm, going to send it off to the editor, I go back and I look at it. I was like, should I add any of this in? I think I added in 1 line from 2 books ago. That was it. Yeah. Killing those darlings feels like killing your vision. Yeah. Yeah, it's hard. Yes, it totally does. I think it comes down to, like, are you wanting to, I don't know. I don't know if this is getting into the literary side. Are you writing for the craft to show, something in the writing itself, like how you're crafting your sentences? Is that what you're wanting the reader to take away? Or is it that you want the reader to take away that, there's a plot point or character arc or something like that? I think it's kind of hard to meld the 2. I mean, I think it can be done. I've seen writers do it, and they do it really well. I can't do that. So I try not to really think about making really great sentences when I'm first writing, when I do my first draft. Every now and then I have one, though. I'm like, oh, wow, I really like that one. But I worry about that on the revision part. But I'm still trying to stay true to, making sure that I have 1 or 2 of those things happening in my scene. None of that helps any, because I feel like I'm not making sense to myself. So I'm not able to verbalize what it is I do. All right, let's go ahead and get into another sprint. If anyone's leaving out before we come back, thank you so much for stopping in. And it's great hanging out with everyone, talking with everyone, catching up. And for everyone else, we'll do 45 minutes. And I'll see you on the other side in 3, 2, 1. Good luck. All right, that is time. How did you do? I have to figure out my words here. So I finished doing the editing and added like 65 words. And then I looked at the notes that I wrote for the next chapter, realized that some of my notes I wrote for the next chapter I had already included in the previous chapter. I'm like, okay, so now what else am I going to do? See, that's me. That's the part of me that like goes off script. Like I had this where this thing was supposed to happen, but it works better where I put it. So it's like intuitively I knew where it actually needed to go. So let me figure out how many brainstorming words I wrote. It was still in my speech to text program, but I had some other words in there, so I had to pull it out. And 247 words. So if I add that with 65, 312. So hopefully I'll get a pretty good idea of what this next chapter should be on the next round and start writing, drafting the next chapter. All right, let's check in with you guys. Left off talking about, figuring out how to kill your darlings, that's really hard. Figuring out what needs to be there, what doesn't need to be there. And Nicoletta, yeah, it totally does, LOL. And yes, focusing on arcs and not on techniques is the biggest challenge sometimes, but arcs is what readers, viewers are here for. Yeah. They do like that kind of stuff. And Sky says, does make sense, because I was trying to explain my process, and I was like, I don't know if I'm making any sense or not. But thank you for saying it does make sense. Mama Maggie, hello. I was just thinking about you. I was wondering how you're doing. Hello, lovelies. Christina, hello. Remember to hydrate, show some love to like button. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I do have coffee and some water here, so hydrating away. But thank you for the reminder. Got to run off to office hours for school. Get all the words, friends. Thank you so much for stopping in, Sky. I appreciate it. And then time for me to head out. Have a great rest of your sprints. Thank you, Kelly. And Precious came in. Hi, everyone. How are you? Are you working on anything? Joanne, good morning. I had stepped away from the computer for a bit. I'm doing great. What about you? Alicia, hello. Good morning. Rachel, hello. Good morning. We have a glorious day. Yes. Hope you're having a glass. We are having a great day. You all right? You sound really tired. Oh, yes. Not last night, but the night before, I really got into my writing. I started drafting my next book on the weekend. So Sunday night, I could not stop myself. And when I looked up, it was 2:30 in the morning. It takes me time to get to bed because brushing teeth and face and just woosawing before, trying to get the mind to calm down. So I was in bed until a little bit after 3. And by then, I was scared. I was not going to get up to my alarm at 5 to go to the gym because I had missed my appointment on Friday. I didn't want to miss it on Monday. So I barely, I didn't sleep. It was I kept getting to that point, where you're falling asleep and then you jerk awake. Yeah, that was that for 2 hours. So I had no sleep Sunday to Monday. And then last night, I went to bed at a good hour, but I had a headache that just woke me up too early. And it was not going away. I tried. I could not go back to sleep. So I just got up and took some medicine. Headache is gone. That's good. But yes, I'm tired. Good stuff. It's good reasons for being tired, but I'm there. Thank you for asking, Rachel. I hope that all is going well with you. Are you working on anything? How's your next book coming? Vacuum the living room and dining room and finish editing my video. Wow, you were really productive. Are you getting the video uploaded? Watch Dale's new video about Amazon terms of service, paid reviews, and review clubs. Yeah, you have to be careful with that. If anyone is using Amazon, and if you use any services that they're set up for you to get reviews on your book, and the way it is set up is you have to review other people's books from the site, from that whatever site. And there's a few of these. There's I can't remember all of them, but the one that always comes to mind for me is Pubbie. You have Pubbie. Get Authentic Book Reviews is a brand new website, I think, and right now it's free to use it. I think if I remember right, what Dale said is free because it's just a new company, and they've been in contact with Dale, and so they said since they're new, it's free to the end of the year, but the next year is going to be a cost to be part of it. There's other one like get I don't remember some of the other ones, but Yeah, most of these sites you have to pay, a fee, monthly fee to be part of them. You review people's books and then people review your books. So it's kind of like authors reviewing authors, which is against the terms of service for Amazon. And now the way some of these sites have been able to kind of like show that they're not going against the terms of service is they set it up where if you reviewed an author's book, they could not review yours. And for a while, that seemed to be okay until now Amazon has new term of service. I can't remember what it is. I've heard Dale talk about it twice and break it down, but I can't remember exactly what it is. But it has something to do with like on a lot of these sites, when you sign up, you're showing like your Amazon profile and what you're doing for your reviews. And so people can see what reviews you're leaving and where and for what or something. So something along these lines, which is against the new terms of service. So it has to be completely blind, which I think that new website, Get Authentic Book Reviews, that one's blind, if I remember right from his. This was Dale L. Roberts does a live stream every Monday night where the first part is usually centered on one thing, which was that what he was talking about last night? I think that was what he was talking about last night. And then he ends the podcast or the episode, the live stream with news and updates of what's going on in the indie world. And this is every Monday. And then he turns them into videos so he puts on his channel. So you can see some of that stuff. But yeah, I've never actually used any of those sites because I was like, why do I want to pay to review someone's book that I don't have time to review? So, I mean, I wish I had time, but yeah, I have to figure it out. This is the first year I've met my writing goal. I far exceeded it. Now I have to think about, okay, do I pull back a little bit so that I can put other things back into my life that I've taken out because I've put so much into my writing goal. So I'm thinking about a lot of those things for goals for next year. So I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, I just don't have time to review someone's book so I can get my book reviewed. Hey, Maggie, says Rachel. And that's my secret cap. I never make sense. That's my secret cap. I never make sense. This is like looks really weird on StreamYard side. It's like cutting off half your message. Mama Maggie's next message is over half of your message, which is really weird. I've never seen StreamYard do that before. Usually there's a little space in between the messages. Kill your darlings, easy. Write their death scenes when you create their character. That kind of goes with what I was talking about earlier with the screenwriter. I've been watching a lot of screenwriters on YouTube and listening to them. Mostly I don't really watch as much because I'm usually working while I'm listening. But their screenwriters, their focus is a lot of time is on dialogue because that's what's happening, right? And the one tip that the screenwriter gave, which was a tip he got from a screenwriter conference, was that once you write your scene, you take the last line of dialogue and you put it at the beginning. And then this is how you can weave in subtext because you're not revealing everything as the scene progresses through dialogue. Through direct dialogue, you're doing it through subtext. It's a really interesting idea. Murder all the worlds. I started drafting my book on the weekend. Show off. What? I mean, I always fast draft my first draft. And then, like I was saying on the last break, like I fast draft both of my books in this new series. The A Curse of Scales and Feathers I did in one weekend. But then I spend the next 18 months revising. So I always do it fast in the beginning, and then it's just lots and lots of revising. Hello, Rachel. How have you been? Okay, more phone calls, but I did get 354 words, and my daughter is in negotiations on the house she loves. I think the seller will accept this offer. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. I hope she gets it because it's definitely a seller's market right now. I've thought about selling off our houses because it's such a good market. I don't know. Our idea was that we would sell off all of our houses when we get ready to go build the house that we want to build. So right now we have renters in our homes that pay for the mortgage. But I don't know. I've been thinking, well, could I get more later or do it now? I've gone back and forth in my head on that. But I put all our creative stuff on pause, partly due to seasonal depression coming in and partly because this time of year I'm swamped with all my volunteer charity work promises and my nonprofit job. That makes sense. I think I was feeling some of that. We started getting some colder weather and the sun's going down later or earlier and coming up earlier or later. Lord, I can't speak. So I think I was kind of feeling that a couple weeks ago, but I've been coming out of it now. I think the other part was that I was spending so much time brainstorming for this book, and I was like, I want to just start drafting, but I was like, I need to know this information. Once I started drafting, I was like, oh, I'm in my happy place now. On top of the farm and regular work, right? Oh, how exciting, Kendra, from Rachel. Rachel, I know how you feel. I took a break in the summer. I just felt overwhelmed by everything happening at once. I do feel guilty, though, because I need to get the last of my Kickstarter finished. Yes, I was the same way last year. I was burning out at this time of the year and was still fulfilling my Kickstarter. And the one thing that was holding me up was writing the short story. That was the stretch goal when we hit $3,000. I was supposed to write the short story. That was the other love story happening in the background. And that I just couldn't. I was writing it and I was like, and it's a different type of story because it's not like a traditional like romance arc. So I was like, yeah, I'll probably never sell this book as is. It'll just be, what it is. And of course, I just couldn't. And I felt that same way. I felt guilty about it. But once I had my break at the end of the year and came back in January, I was able to get in there and write my not short story because it ended up being 72,000 words. And I wrote it in like 3 weeks. But since it wasn't something I was like trying to sell, I didn't spend a lot of time revising it. I just wanted to hurry up and turn around and get it to my Kickstarter backers. Link to Dale's video. Thank you for dropping that link. Yes, it's very important stuff to know if you're an indie author, especially if you're publishing on Amazon. I think when I pick up again, I'll either work on the spinoff of my last book, Alpha and Beta readers demanded the MC's BFF get her happy ending. Yeah, I mean, maybe. Or I'll start on that urban gender swap Grateful Crane retelling. I like that idea too. I don't think I've heard you talk about that. If you did, it was a while ago and I don't remember. Ended up being 70,000 words and I wrote it in 3 weeks. See, but I can write first drafts really fast. But what I can say with that one, like I get into a flow with writing, but I have not had that feeling since I was a teenager and I was writing all the time. Where when I finished that book and I came out of it, I felt like I looked around me and I was like, am I in the right world? Am I in the real world? Is this the real world? Which world am I in? I felt lost for a minute. Like I was not where I was supposed to be. I was supposed to be in the world I had just created. It's a really super awesome feeling. Like all those, it's actually like the flow state, right? And there's certain hormones that are being triggered by that, which I knew them like 2 weeks ago because I watched a video on flow state and now I can't remember them. But there's actually certain, those happy chemicals that are released when you're in the flow state. And I was like, I want to be there again. I still haven't got back there again. Didn't get back there with my second book and I haven't got there yet with this first book, but yeah, I don't know. But I can write things fast. It's just the revising part that takes a while. But yeah, well, if you think about it, I surprised myself because last week I wrote 48,702 words. Now, part of that was brainstorming. And when I'm drafting and I'm brainstorming, it's speech to text. So it's a whole lot more versus when I'm revising. Like I started off this morning revising and editing, and I've gotten almost 500 words between a couple of sprints. So, but I had like 87 words for one, 21 words for another, 65 words. So it goes slow. I don't know if I ever mentioned the GC retelling. I was gonna say I don't remember it, but I mean, if you said it a couple weeks ago, I might have already forgotten. It's still kind of coming together in the noggin, working on how much magic to put in versus how much extra research I got to do. But it'll be a fluffy rom-com. I love it. I'm here for it. Are you thinking about doing another Kickstarter? I know you still have to get this one done, but awesome. It is exciting to see your word count increase each week. Yes, it is. And that's where I have to, you have to take like a reality pill, at least for me, because I do draft and brainstorm a lot in a little bit of time. So when I switch over to revising and then editing, I have to like, okay, Shanon, keep it in check. You're not going to get that many words this week because, you're not drafting, you're not brainstorming. So I have to keep that reality for me, like check my reality when I get to those weeks and doing those things. So when I started off this morning doing revision and editing, I was like, okay, it's not going to be a big word count day. It's okay. You're all right. You'll get there. I'm not used to putting things in modern settings, so I don't know how to start it. Well, why can't you put it in an older setting? Wait. Oh, that's right. You said urban gender swap. Grateful. Oops, jumped on me. Grateful crane retelling. I mean, does it have to be urban? I think I'll try to do a Kickstarter with each one and gauge interest, if nothing more. Yeah, right. It's a good way to validate an idea before you actually publish it and then find out that you didn't hit the mark, like with my Irish trilogy. So I do too. Sometimes I don't count words. I look at complete pages. Yeah. I've done pages in the past, especially when it came to revision and editing. I've looked at pages and I've counted pages, but I was having a hard time. That was probably like 4 years ago now. I was having a hard time like figuring out how that would work for my overall goal, I think. So I moved away from that. And now I do words. It's easier for me to do words because I track everything. And this is my second year of tracking everything. I started at the beginning of January last year. And I have continued since then. And by doing this, now I'll have 2 years worth of data at the end of this year. And I'll be able to look at, okay, like how much do I normally, what's my typical drafting average? What's my typical editing average? What's my typical revision average? I've kind of thought about it for brainstorming as well, but my brainstorming includes a lot of thinking time. And that's why I kind of want to maybe pull that out for next year. Because I have brainstorming sessions written down in my book with a 0 word count because I'm thinking about the story and what I'm going to do and what I could do, or, all those what ifs. I am so happy when I complete a notebook. I have notebooks everywhere. I've got lots of notebooks too, and not a single one of them is complete. But mine are mostly just, they're notes. Hey now, mark my words, Irish mythos and setting will come into interest in like 7 years, and you'll be there with a ready trilogy. Yeah. I hope to recover it by then, but there's just parts of me. It's like, why am I going to recover it? Like the cover that I want to have is a person on the front. And I mean, I guess I could go through, is it Get Covers? Get Covers only charges like $15, $20, I think, for ebook cover. $10 for ebook cover, $35. I think it's $10 for ebook cover and $35 for the paperback cover. Maybe I'll go through them to recover them because I want to put a person on the front, because I'm pretty sure I can't make my own cover with that one. I'm pretty good at doing covers with flowers, as you can see with my trilogy, and the novella, The Florist Budding Desires Flowers. I can do those, but it's hard for me to do other ones. I also did Dark Scars and Lovely Roses. That's the not short story. That's 72,000 words. But yeah. But I'm like, why am I going to pay money? Because I thought, even though it's like $35 if I wanted to do that, why would I pay that money for a trilogy that's still in the hole? It's still in the negative. And I'm going to be 85 before it's out of the negative. Unless in 7 years it gets popular. But then it might not get popular if I don't have updated covers. So it's like the chicken, which one comes first, the chicken or the egg? So I don't know. I go back and forth in it. I've also kind of thought about if I can go through and like strengthen the romance a little bit, because there's romance in it, but it's a very subplot, like very low down on the subplot. There's more romance between Rose and Lou in the second book. Well, I mean, he's dead for most of the book, but there's more romance in it than the other books. Oh, and there's also the Morrigan, who is what was a partner of their mom's. And so there's a love scene between them, but it's all fade to black, closed door stuff. So I thought about, well, what if I went through and like strengthen the romance, and I can market it as fantasy romance, except that the last book is a bittersweet ending. 2 of the sisters end up with their matches, but the third sister doesn't. She gives up her life to become a mermaid, to stop the prophecy it's one of the Irish prophecies they actually have for the mythological cycle that talks about the end of the world. So I don't know. I have reviewed old notebooks. I cannot talk today, and found scenes that could be short stories. Oh, that's interesting. You should do that. The Clash of Goddesses covers are pretty. Yeah, I like them. I'm pretty proud of them too, because I made them. It was my first time ever trying a cover. But I do think that they will be, I feel even now they're kind of out of style. So a cover can be nice, but still not hit the market. And I think it's coming out of style because especially if you look at YA fantasy, which is what that was marketed as originally. I have taken it out of the YA category on my the metadata, but in YA fantasy, there was some that was like the symbols and stuff on the cover with just the title, which is what I have. I do have the symbols too, but the flowers and stuff. But the ones with people, especially a female on the front, is like more popular and has been growing in popularity over the last 2 years. I've been thinking about just reading off chapters and posting them as YouTube videos to see if that gains interest. I would say try it. Everybody's gonna have a different experience. I've read, I think, the first 3 chapters of my Irish trilogy and put those up as a video. I know Blood of the Lily, I put images and stuff to it. And I don't remember what I did for the second one. But I know the third book, I read the chapter. Maybe I just read the first chapter. I was just reading the first chapter. I read the first chapter while I was showing how I made the cover. And I did it, speed up of the cover design. I still really like that video. It's old, but I like that video. Because when it's read on streams and whatnot, the snippet or chapter becomes engaging with the streamer in chat. Oh, so you're talking about like doing it as a live stream. That would be cool. Yeah, I'd be there for it. Let me know if you do it. If it doesn't work, all I did was give it some time to delve back into something I lovingly made, so it's still a win. I agree. Yeah, I agree. I had hoped that me reading some of my chapters on YouTube would help generate interest, but I don't think it really did. I don't know. Maybe it did for some people, but not to the level that I thought it might. Oops. After brainstorming and researching, although they're so enjoyable, the urge and the need to somehow implement everything in the outline of the draft gives me so much stress. You're having a tough time of it today, aren't you? Yeah. There could definitely be a research rabbit hole that you go down. Anyone have any suggestions for Nicoletta? Hiya, Andy. How are you doing? I did a series of hashtag. Yes, you did. And I like listening to you read your stories. Now that when I read some of your work, I can hear your voice. It's cool. The same with Dale. Like I hear Dale so much that when he's been putting his self-publishing indie fiction books out or nonfiction books out this year. And every time I've been reading one, I hear his voice. So it's very interesting. I don't know the word. Y'all, I'm too tired for that. Hi, Shannon and friends. Like button has been very playfully tapped. I appreciate that. Emma says hi. Thank you. Hello to everybody from Andy. Hi, Andy. How are you feeling? I read a chapter parts online when I do my book. Yes, Mama Maggie's last book launch was not too long ago. It was just a couple weeks ago. Did it during a launch stream. So that's a good idea. But I think, Rachel, are you talking about reading from the book that's your Kickstarter book? Or you've got something else you would read from? Lord, I cannot talk today. I like getting down ideas, different ideas, just get them all down on paper and see which one I like best. Yeah, I think it might be, yeah, it's not a problem I'm particularly facing today. It's an all-time classic for me. Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay. Yeah, and sometimes it could be that you want all the ideas, right? If you want all the ideas. I don't know. I don't think I have a really good solution for it because I feel like my mind is pretty much like set on certain things. Like there's certain things I know are going to happen. I'll think about ideas. You know what I think my problem is? And maybe it's not a problem. Maybe it's a plus in this part. I forget things. So even if I write it down, I look at it and then I go, right, I forget it. I forget what I was going to do. And I am an intuitive discovery writer and something else comes out. And I'm like, oh, I didn't include that. Well, it's okay. I like it how it is. So I think that my forgetfulness is a plus for me in this column. My Maggie rough, but okay. Thank you. I hope you're okay. Not a problem I'm particularly facing today. It's all-time classic. Okay. Yeah. I used to when I could remember things better. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna include that. Especially when you research and you find these really awesome like little tidbits that you want to include. Mom Maggie says to Andy, till recovering from the allergic reaction, we'll have to change migraine meds again next month. Oh no. The joy of missing out as a result of forgetting. Yes, Jomo, joy of missing out. Yes, Forgetting stuff is good sometimes. There we go. It's fine. I just wish I could win the real lottery instead of the allergy lottery. Maybe if I remember to buy a ticket, LOL. Yeah, I don't think I'm supposed to win money because I've bought lottery tickets over the years, never won, not even a dollar, not even a dollar. But whenever I've needed money, I've come into money, and then sometimes I don't even know how I'm getting the money. It just shows up. I can't remember. It was a couple years, 3-4 years ago now. We needed money for something, and then I suddenly got this check in the mail from the VA, and I didn't deposit it right away, and it was like $3,000. And I didn't deposit for right away because I'm like, they're going to ask for this money back because I think it's a mistake. Why am I getting this money? And I would tell you that I waited several months and then I finally deposited because we needed the money. And I just kept waiting and kept waiting. And it took me like 2 years until I realized, oh, I think I know where that money came from. Because I was medically discharged from the military. When they medically discharged me, I got a severance. And it was supposed to be like $30-some thousand or something, but they took taxes out of it. And that took it down to like 24,000. Okay, no problem. Except that I have a VA disability rating and I'm supposed to get so much money for my percentages every month. And for the percentage, which was 10% of my overall percentage, that was related to the reason why I was medically discharged. I couldn't get that 10% until I paid back the full $24,000. Except that VA money you get every month is not taxed. And I remember bringing it up then. I was like, why are you taxing my severance if I have to pay it back with my VA percentage and my VA percentage is not taxed? And they said that's just how it is. And then it was like 2015, I think. There was some paperwork I received that said, if you received a severance and you were taxed, fill out this paperwork. So I filled it all out and I sent it in and didn't hear anything back. And when I got that money, it was like 2018, 2019. It was a couple years later. So I did not connect it until 2 years after I got the money. And I was like, okay, they're never coming back for it. That's the money that I didn't get back the full like $6,000 I was supposed to get that they taxed me on, but I got back half of it. So yeah. You're right, Andy from Nicoletta. I buy lottery tickets, but I've never won anything significant. I still buy it. Yeah, see, that seems like you do win something. I never win anything. I never win anything at all. Hashtag Team Jomo. I love it. Why am I getting this money? Don't question what God throws you a bone. No, you question when it comes from the military. It has anything to do with the government, especially VA or the military. You question it. I don't know how many people I knew over the years while I was in the military and even out who got a check or got extra money on their paycheck. And they're like, I don't think this is right. And they went ahead and spent it. And then the government comes back and says, oh, we weren't supposed to give you that money. And they take it out of your next check. And there was this one guy, like, I don't know, he made a couple $1,000s a month and he got like an extra $1,000. And 6 months later, they took it back and he had just under $1,000 for that paycheck and he couldn't pay for his rent that month. And I was like, yeah, you didn't trust it. You don't trust that. If it came from anything else, sure, I'll take it. But the military, government, I've seen too many people get burned. Oh, hey, Andy from Rachel. Hey, you can't spend money you don't know where it comes from because they could say you need it to pay it back or something. Yeah, fair. Uncle Sam, be shady. Yes. Uncle Sam, Auntie Sam, they both want their cut. Yes. All right, let's go ahead and get to another 45-minute sprint here, guys. For anyone who has to leave out, thank you so much for stopping in. It's always great to catch up, hang out with you guys, work alongside you guys. And for everyone else, I'll see you on the other side of 45 minutes in 3, 2, 1. Good luck. Okay, that is time. How did you do? I actually did relatively well for being distracted. At my so funny. So my son's been in here. I'm like in the master bedroom. Master bedroom is like huge. So part of it's like office space, and the other part's the bedroom. And the bed is usually where my kitties all go lay down. But with my son in here, he's been laying on the bed, and he moves a lot, so they haven't been on the bed. And so I threw some plush blankets over. I have a rocking chair. It's like a lounging rocking chair with a footstool, a separate footstool, and everything. So I threw it over both of those things. And the 3 cats have been over there. My son just left to go to his bathroom, and it's funny because now Loki got down from the chair, went over and got onto the bed. But no, as soon as my son comes back, he'll go back to the chair. But all 3 cats were on the rocking chair / footstool, and Loki and Thor were laying together, and Loki spent I don't know how long cleaning his brother, and Thor was like dropping off to sleep. And I just had to get some of that on film. So I got quite a bit of it on film. I was like, I need this because I need to make new timers for my new accountability streams, because I have timers made for the 25-minute Pomodoros. But since I'm going to be doing 45-minute, I need some new ones to keep that strict timing in place. And I have one that has cats. And I've always thought I want my cats in there somewhere. So I've got plenty. I got some good footage to put in there. It's so cute. I can't wait to put it together. All right, so left off with saying Uncle Sam, Auntie Sam, they both want their cut. JL came in. Hello, all, just joined. How's it going? Raining here, so happy as a clam. My bread is buttered by the weather. Is that like a saying? I think it might be. I've never heard that before. Bulking up some scenes that feel underwritten, then lunch. It's funny because we've had some talk about having a lot written and figuring out what to cut earlier in the chat. I forgot to say what I actually did. I remembered that halfway through reading this. So I finished up my brainstorming. That was 550 words. Hello. Kiddo just came back. And then my drafting of the chapter from the brainstorming was 1,022 words. That would give me a total of 1,572 words, which is really good. I mean, it's all dictation. And that's really good for me being distracted for 10 minutes while I was filming the cats. Hi. So he left the bed, but he came over to me to get pet instead of going back to the couch or the rocking chair. Yeah, I don't know where he went. He just went behind me. But yeah, okay. Cool Gamer came in. Hello, how are you doing? Kendra says I'm just under 3K, a little under 3K for the day. That sounds awesome. Hi. I think he wants in my lap now. He's up here on the desk, tapping my shoulder. Alicia says I typed 1,539 words from my notebook. Nice. I got the hiccups, but it's past lunchtime. I'm probably this next sprint. I'll have to go get some lunch for the kiddo and something to eat for me. So we'll get rid of these hiccups, hopefully. So yeah, I used to love writing in notebooks. That's how I used to do my writing. I'd write in the notebook and then I'd type it up. And I always felt like that, like I didn't know what that was then, but I always felt like that when I typed it up from my notebook, the story got so much better. And really what it was is like, I was fast drafting in my notebooks. And when I typed it up, I was revising it as I was typing it up. And so I really, really liked that process. I loved it. But I tore my TFC in my right hand when I fell down a mountain in 2011. So what year was that? It was October 1st, October 11. I fell down a mountain and tore up my ankle, tore up my back, tore up my TFC. The TFC can't be repaired. It's a tendon. No, that's wrong. I tore my TFC when I fell when I was out in the desert. I had the surgery right after I fell down the mountain for them to go in there and figure out what was going on with my TFC. But they didn't know it was a TFC then. When they went in there, they saw, okay, the TFC, it's a tendon that has no blood flow. And they said they could sew it back together, but if they, it would just fall apart eventually because there's no blood flow to promote healing. So it hurts to write for any amount of time. It actually hurts to type too sometimes when I do a whole lot of typing. So it's a good thing I do the text to speech. But I don't know if you feel the same way, Alicia, like when you're doing it for your notebook, if you're like revising it and making it so much better and it comes out better. Hi, Alice. How are you doing? I hope all's out well with you. Nice to see you. Are you working on anything today? Sometimes I have a hard time reading my handwriting. So when I used to do this, it was like during my teenage years, I wrote a lot, all the time. I've never been one really good for social situations. So my summers, if I wasn't working, or even if I was working, I'd spend sitting in my window writing because I had a window seat.
Oh my god, like Thor smelled you and he was like this.
He probably smelled something.
Oh
I don't know if y'all can hear my kiddo. Thor is up here. He was smelling my shirt. He smelled something on. I don't know what he smelled. This is a shirt with pockets, so I usually put treats in my pockets. And he probably was smelling that, and I guess it made my son laugh. Yeah. With Thor.
He is so funny sometimes.
Yeah, he's funny. I don't know what I was saying. Oh, so it's funny when I go back and look at those notebooks because I also thought my handwriting was pretty bad when I was that age, teenager years to early 20s. So I tried different things. There's several notebooks of stories that are all written in all capital letters. And then I went through a phase where I wanted to train myself to write with my left hand. I wish I would have kept with it because maybe I could write for a while with my left hand. And I did. I wrote several notebooks of stories in my left hand. That's atrocious handwriting. Yeah. I like to write notebooks when I'm camping or during breaks at the farmer's market. Yeah. I mean, that's great. You remember to take it with you, right? And you write in it. I was just thinking about how I used to do that too. But I didn't have my notebooks. So I wrote on napkins, square, like spare paper. What do you call it? Whatever. Copy paper that people is like throwing out, but the backside is blank, so you can write on it. But yeah, that's a good way of doing it. I could not camp out now, not with my back. I messed it up too much when I fell down the mountain. But I used to love camping. I will in a little bit. I just woke up from a nap attack. Sounds good. Florian Franklin, hello. I've been doing my first draft in a notebook. I feel like it's freer and I can write anywhere. I can't move my laptop. True. But you know what? It's something I do now because I can't handwrite, right? Because without my hand hurting. I open up my Gmail inbox, start an email to myself, and then I speech to text into the email. And when I'm done, I send it to myself. So that's one way that I do it if I'm out and about and I get ideas. I often fill in the gaps when I type. Yeah, exactly. Sometimes the dialogue is clearer and the scenes come to life like a movie. Reading what I wrote does help when I type the scene. I agree. It was a really good process. I really enjoyed doing that. I just can't anymore with my wrist. So now I just do the verbal vomit draft and then I redo it. But it's not quite the same because I'm not usually redoing it from what I'll do is once I finish my full verbal vomit draft, and I won't write the end because I never write the end until I know it's my last draft. Once I finish it and I get to a point where I'm done with it, then I will do the reverse outline, figure out which parts I want to keep, and then start over again. And then those parts I'll keep, I'll pull in, but then sometimes it's just a line or a paragraph. And sometimes it is a chapter, but sometimes it's a chapter that gets broken up and this goes into several different chapters. I've had that happen. Actually, I had that happen in my last book. So, alrighty, we got through the comments. Let's go ahead and head into the next sprint. For anyone who has to leave out, thank you so much for stopping in and working with us, saying hello, hanging out, catching up. And for everyone else, 45 minutes on the clock in 3, 2, 1. Good luck. That is time. How did you do? I feel like I'm finally waking up. I did spend the first 10 minutes getting lunch for the kiddo and getting something to eat for myself, and then went back to drafting. So I finished up that chapter, and then now I'm going back through things I thought of, going back through and adding some things in there. So hopefully I should be able to be done with it on the next sprint. Oh, and I did 497 words added. Left off here with I often fill in the gaps when I type. Oh, we're talking about when we're writing stuff and then we type it up. And it comes out better when you type it up after you've already handwritten it. I had to go pick up my son from art camp. Thanks for the Oh, thanks for being here, Alicia. I appreciate that. Joanne saying hello to everyone. Hi, you guys. How's it going? David says, hi, I'm back for a little bit. We picked up some groceries. I left my list at home. Oh, no. So I need to pick up a few more things probably. And Alice said, thanks for the stream. That was a little while ago, 15 minutes. So I probably missed her, but I appreciate you stopping in. Joanne, also thanks for the stream. Well, thank you for being here. For anybody else who's still here, I'm going to probably do a couple more sprints.
Go to Huston.
Okay. I don't know if you guys heard my son announce what he was doing. He likes to know what's happening. So if I stand up, and it doesn't matter if I'm just standing up and stretching, he wants to know, what are you doing? So when he stands up and does anything, he always tells me what he's doing. So he just narrated what he was doing next. It's cute. Yeah, so I'm going to be here for a couple more sprints at least. I want to get through this chapter, and I've got some admin to do. So I don't know. I'm going to get through this chapter, maybe the next one. I already have an idea of what I want to write for the next chapter. I am now in the territory where I just have like ideas. I don't have like anything written out. Really, I've got a few bullet points, but the bullet points are like, this has to happen at some point. I don't know when some of this is happening. Some I do know. Some have like exact points, but mostly now it's just kind of writing, discovery writing, I guess. So, but I've already kind of discovery thought of what I'm doing for the next chapter, and I'm kind of excited by it. So, yeah. Florence says, made lunch for me and my sister and procrastinated on making the turkey for Thanksgiving. Yeah, sounds like you're productive. Still lurking, also doing some things away from the computer. Well, I appreciate the lurking. So, alrighty. Well, let's go ahead and get into the next 45-minute sprint for everyone. For anyone who has to leave out, thank you so much for coming, hanging out with us, working alongside of us. Everybody else will be starting another 45 minutes in 3, 2, 1. Good luck. And that is time on that sprint. How did you do? I thought I would finish the chapter and be able to move on to the next chapter, but I'm still in the same chapter. I'm still just revising it quite a bit, changing out a few things. And got to add up my last words here. 622. I'm writing it down. So quite a bit. Okay.
I will go get.
Yeah. My son was letting me know that he was leaving out again. So, all right, let's check in with you guys. Left off with Eva saying still lurking, doing some things away from the computer. Alexandria says about 800 words or so. And I saw it pop up, so I said nice. And then Mark joined in and got 774 words. So yeah, it was pretty good. When did we go on that sprint? Yeah. So you had part of mostly, but not all of the sprint. So it's really, really good. Good word count. We're making good progress. So Rachel says ate lunch, went shopping for Thanksgiving since we ended up staying home, and did some reading. And my husband's going shopping after work. I wouldn't want to be out there shopping right now. I think I said that before, but I don't know if you were here when I said it. I don't really like being out in public anyways, and then go shopping during holidays. I worked one Black Friday. What was it? I had just graduated from college with my bachelor's, and I had been applying to PhD and master's programs in my area. And then we got sudden orders to Hawaii. We weren't leaving for like 4 months. So I was like, okay, all right, well, let me just go make some money. And I worked at the local Walmart. We were in a very small town. There wasn't much to choose from there. We had a Walmart, and I'm trying to remember, we had like a Chinese place. We had one fast food. I can't remember which one it was. It wasn't McDonald's. I don't remember which one we had. That's all we had. You had to drive like 45 minutes to get to a theater. And that theater was like so disgusting. It was so dirty all the time. We only went a couple times. But yeah, so I worked there. I worked on a Black Friday. I don't know how many times I got stepped on and pushed, and I was just like, nope, never again. I don't like people enough as it is, and then to have that happen, I was like, I'm done. Shopping right now is not bad, actually. Probably better than it will be on Friday, right? But I still wouldn't want to be out there. I guess that would be relative if it's, not bad. If it's more people than what's normally out there for me, even if it's just like 10 more people, that's bad. But that's just me because I don't really like being around a lot of people. We also weren't getting traditional. Oh, okay. So that does help because obviously there's going to be certain aisles and parts of the stores that will be busier because it is Thanksgiving. So yeah, that probably helps. All right. Well, got to the end of the comments. I'm going to do one more sprint for anybody who is still here and would like to continue working. And for anybody else who has to leave out, thank you so much for stopping in. And I will see everyone else on the other side of 45 minutes in 3, 2, 1. Good luck. And that is time. How did you do? I finished that chapter, but I don't know what's going on with this book. I'm writing really long chapters. It was going on too long. So I went through and decided, okay, this is where I'm going to split and move the next stuff down. So did that. And so I kind of had to do transitional work between the two chapters. And I'd finished up the one and then moved on to the next. I'm still working on the transitional beginning on that one. So I got 581 words. Usually I don't have this problem with like every chapter. Occasionally I do, but especially when I'm first like fast drafting, I'm not actually writing a whole lot in each chapter. A lot of my chapters will be like 800 to 1,000 words, and I have to go through and add more later. But not the case this time. Okay, let's see how you guys did. I had left the comment up. I didn't realize until I looked up and I was like, oh, that's still on the screen. But that's where we left off. And then Eva came in, not me realizing there's no school tomorrow. And I was like, yeah, no school today or yesterday. I forgot that part. But for our kiddos here, so mine's been with me all week. Yeah, my kiddo's been in here all week. So yeah, but Dad's off tomorrow. Nicoletta had to take my dog for a walk, although it's 9:30 p.m. and it was so cold outside. And I thought the stream had ended, and it was great to see her also here. But how many more sprints, by the way? That was the last one, Nicoletta. Yeah, that's it. That's it for me. I'll be back again tomorrow, starting at the same time. I would have to end just a bit sooner because Andy starts, he would, one more minute is when he would start, but he starts on Wednesday. Which I kept saying he was going on Sunday. And when I finished the stream on Sunday, I went to go to his channel and I was like, there's no stream here. So I sent him a message in Discord and I was like, are you not streaming today? He was like, oh no, I'm not. I just canceled it. He was like, I'm so sorry if that messed with you. I was like, well, I ended my stream for you, but that's okay. I don't remember what I said after that, but just kind of joked it off. It was all right. And I continued writing and got in what I needed to get done. So, but yeah, he should be going tomorrow, I think. I didn't see his stream scheduled this morning, but I did ask him if he was going on Wednesday, and he said yes. And he's going to probably do like a 12-hour stream toward the end of December, I think, is what his plans are. Joanne says, Nicoletta, good to see you again. How's your day going? Rachel says, going to the library to exchange some books before it closes for the holiday, right? You want to go over there before that happens. Thank you for your sprints today. Well, thank you for being here. It's helped me with my projects, and you're always pleasant company. Oh, you're also always pleasant company, too. I love having the community here, hanging out with everyone, working side by side, whatever it is that we're doing. And, well, that will do it. We got Wednesday, same time tomorrow. Yeah, I think that's it. I know that Nia is streaming tonight for anyone who is staying or wants to be back online later for sprints. I usually try to pop in. I don't always remember because I'm not really a night person, so I'm not always on the computer at night. But I try to pop into Nia's on Tuesdays and say hello and work if I'm working. So there's other people going too. There's 2 spreadsheets down below if you are looking for other people who are sprinting. And one's an AuthorTuber spreadsheet, the other one's a BookTuber spreadsheet, but they have AuthorTubers and BookTubers on both. So you should be able to find something in any of those links for someone who might be sprinting if you're looking for more. Alrighty, thank you everybody. I will catch you guys all later.